Hello, hello. It has been another weird day. 2 times in the queue. I tried to do the Grubhub thing. It didn't work out. Where are we now? We are just getting back to Charleon, and we need to do some updates with the forum, and then I think we're probably doing the other half of Labyrinthos, which is unexpected. I didn't expect that to be the second to last place that we would go. So yeah, mostly right now I'm just kind of waiting on an email back from Grubhub because that promotion is very strange. What happened with us was we when you try to put in your code, it's like code accepted, and then it refreshes and you can still put in a code, which is very odd because usually you put in one and it's just like that's your code, you're done. And because it was doing that, I actually waited an extra day to play around with it and see if that changed, and it didn't. So I did my order today. And there's no indication that there's anything attached to it at all. Like, there's no confirmation of the promo code on the receipt or the email they sent me or anything like that. So I opened the chat support thing and was like, hey, what gives? Because when you try to put in a code, it says accepted, and then there's nothing on it. And they were just like, yeah, we'll email you about that later, sorry. And I'm waiting on that email now, and I haven't gotten it, but like, according to the people on Twitter, half of them get a promo code thing on their receipt, and half of them don't, and no one can tell who's gonna get it and who doesn't. And then I think Rasif from the Reddit reached out to them, and they were just like, oh yeah, we ran out of codes a while ago. So let's hope that's not true. Yeah, I have really no idea what's going on there. We'll one day at a time, I guess. But I remember yesterday we were talking more about the time travel stuff because we finally wrapped that section up. And at the time, because even though we did seemingly change some of the past in a way, it seemed like what we were doing was creating another Alexander arc, where it's always been this way, and that we're living it out because this is how it has to be lived out in order to kind of keep time stable. And at the time, I was like, yeah, I guess if that's how we're doing it, I don't have a problem with it. I guess it's fine. I can look the other way. But after reflecting on it a bit, I think I may have an issue with it. I think I may have one big question that I really want answered. And I think it's hard to even to address what I mean without like going through a whole PowerPoint. So let's do that. So let's say this is Aetheris, right? And then they go through their whole final days thing. Right? And then we split into all the dimensions that we got. And yeah, like kind of color coded them for when their calamities happen, but it's not terribly precise. Like just that this one in the middle, we can assume that's the continuation of our dimension, the source, and what's going on there. So we go into Alexander, and we learn that there's like a time loop in play between like thousands and thousands of years ago and let's say Heavensward current times, right? And it's always happened that way because multiple points in the story are playing out at the same time. All time is happening at once, and there's an illusion of time passing. And it's like, cool, that's like good. That's like one of the few good time travel stories I've ever been told. That's great. And I was really impressed with it. And then Shadowbringers happened, where all of the rules were turned upside down, and we created like a fresh growth of history grafted to a dying branch, was the way they described it in the New Year's poem. And it seemed like we may get another Alexander loop, but that's not what happened at all, because we got a short story that confirmed that not only is Graha still here in violation of what would happen if we changed the past and there was only one past to change from a 3D perspective, the other dimension is still freaking out there, and it's like got hope there now too. So we've got this Y-shaped timeline going on at the end of it. Except in this expansion, what has now happened is we've created another loop between before the Sundering and after the averted 8th, which leads me to one big question. What the fuck's going on in here? What happened between back then and here? I'm confused. And Bana was talking about like the confluence of times, so it's like I have really no idea what's going on there at all. So, like, one solution is that this always happened, just like this always happened, and this alleged changing of time is also an illusion. And then I don't really know how you fix that. Like, this all goes away if we shove Graha back in the tower. I say we shove Graha back in the tower, and we just never have to think about any of this again. So yeah, that's where I'm at with the time travel thing. I'd really like to learn more about the confluence and how this makes sense. I just want, like, it doesn't even have to be philosophically or scientifically plausible. Just give me like a lampshade. Give me a hand wave. Give me something that says like, I know this is weird. So, bloop, bloop. Okay. I guess we can do the story now, but yeah, that's where I'm at in terms of the time travel question. Is I'm okay with it, I think, but I'd like to have a conversation with Oda or Ishikawa about like how their time shenanigans work and if they care. Like, maybe we're just not supposed to care. Wait, what? Hold on. Did he just say something about that? Let's read it very closely. The events you witnessed and helped shape. This is just like last time. Graha made a comment last time too. He was just like, "Oh, I'm still here." That's weird. More references to Corvus. I think these are mostly the same as yesterday, if not all the same as yesterday, but that time travel thing's gonna be stuck in my head for days now. Yeah, time travel and convenient amnesia in the same expansion. I mean, I'm a really big fan of resolving time travel stuff by revealing that from a three-dimensional perspective, it always happened this way, because the three-dimensional perspective of it happening any other way was deleted when things were changed from a four-dimensional perspective. It's very clean. It's a very easy way to tie everything up without having to open us to the infinite possibilities of the multiverse. I have mail. Are these my collector's edition items? What's going on? So yeah, if we put Graha back in the tower, then he can wake up next year after this game is over, And he can go back in time and pretend that that's what happened. That his memories of the 8th were always just memories and that it never really happened, and then everything is solved and we never have to have another headache again. Maybe. All of this after I find a way to accept the Y-shaped timeline. Scythe, horn, forearm. I like it. Hello, hello. So yeah, if I took some screenshots of that, or maybe just wrote it all on a napkin so I look even more insane. Like I'll just recreate that chart on a napkin, and I'll ask everyone to take a look at it and explain to me how the time travel thing works. Because I think that's my only question right now, is if there's a conditional Y-shaped timeline that we just made, how is there a loop connection to it?
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Charlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
we would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Barnier is really good at math. He counts those hands so quickly. I don't know what tone Montaigne has in other languages, but the vibe I get off him in English is that he's got that, like, this is my last term, I'm too old to give a fuck, I'm gonna say what's on my mind energy. Like, he's just not playing into the narratives or politics at all, he's just kind of going with his heart. And I love seeing all the extensions of the timeline question in chat. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's just like, wait, what? We could use a little more clarity. Even if the clarity is don't think too hard about it. Because it could be like, maybe I just have a premise wrong. Maybe I just have like one thing that if we adjust and don't take it for granted, everything makes sense. It wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, don't think too hard about it is a bit of a hand wave, but they use it sometimes. Sometimes it's just the most convenient thing, like, for example, when you pick up all the crystals of light, it's more important that you get the Final Fantasy brand shade of blue first, and get the other ones in the story. So like, even though there's not really a great excuse for finding the water crystal at random in the desert or the forest. So far, I really like the idea of my poor star twin being the sound, just because it's like a story this big and this long. I can understand the necessity to just be like, okay, let's externalize all of our problems onto one entity that we can punch in the face. That's just kind of how a lot of fantasy stories come down to being solved. The only question I have is if, like, I did have that question, why did she go to the far end of the galaxy and give us 12,000 years to work this out first? Like, if she was going to give us this gift of oblivion, she could have just started here, saved everyone a whole lot of time. I'm glad she didn't, because we get to win now, but it's weird. I'd like to hear her at least say, like, that she is still connected to Hermes, and Hermes still wants to give everyone a chance to prove him wrong on some small level. That's what I'm going to go with as my internal excuse for now. But the only question I have then is, like, why did everybody say that the crying came from underground if it came from the sky on the other side of the universe? I guess I'm going to headcanon that it has something to do with, like, the ethereal rivers and the Akasha and all that other kind of stuff. Die. Yeah, if there's kind of a tension between Ether and Dynamis, we might be able to create an excuse for, like, the ethereal rivers underground as why we heard the sound from underground first. But I mean, I'm not even there yet. And I have been told we have an absolute ton of side quests underground. Not in a spoilery way, but in a, like, how many stream hours do I have left? Because I am running low on time I can use for video games. Look at everybody. There's like a lot of people out here. Oh, hey, it's that song where we were all listening in the trailer like, wait, what? When we heard this song in the area trailer, weren't there a lot of people who were like, this sounds like moon music? Maybe been on to something after all. When you phrased it like that, I think it's funny, like, more parallels between the Ancients and the Allagons in terms of blaming them for everything. Like, Allag created a mistake and sent it into space, and then we had to deal with it. Ancients did it on a far grander scale. Gamepad's being funky. I may need those batteries sooner than later. Yeah, and it was the same guy. Time to change his name to Medion Survivor. I think next time we get a long cutscene, I'm gonna go look for batteries. Just in case. Okay. The batteries are for this Logitech F710, which every other gamepad I've bought, I've had some problems with, and this one is just a tank. It's immortal. I bought it because it was the one Yoshida was using in a tech demo, and I was like, well, if it's good enough for Yoshida. And it really is a tank, but like it's such a tank that it's outlived its own technology and hasn't been replaced by a newer model yet. So it is off of the Logitech unifying USB. So it actually has its own USB still, which is a little weird for the tech they put out today. And also it still runs on AA's. So I gotta replace those every couple of months. But other than that, this thing is just, it's immortal. It's indestructible. One's hoping I don't need to reset anything. There we go, cool. Yeah, every time I have to replace the batteries, I feel like it's like 1998 and I'm stealing everything out of the remote controls all over the house to keep my Game Boy running. Do you remember I was talking about like the Grubhub thing and how like stupid petty I get about certain like brands and feeling slighted by stuff? I got a wireless Xbox controller with a rechargeable everything. Probably I want to say 2012, 2013. I think. No, it had to be a little later than that. I was playing 2.0 with it. And there was a, what are those things called? One of the parts in the receiver blew. And the whole thing was just useless because the receiver blew. I was really pissed off about it. It was like 70 bucks down the drain, all things considered. And it lasted me like 6 to 9 months. I was really unhappy about it. I should have kept everything for a warranty when I was younger. Didn't really think about it. So yeah, I've never gone back to using Xbox controllers because I had like 2 really bad situations with them in a row. Even though everybody else loves them. Yeah, everybody else has had really, really great experiences with the Xbox controllers, according to the people I've talked to. And just, I had 2 bad ones back to back and never went back. Me and my F710. My ancient Logitech. Where are we at? We have come back to Labyrinthos. We're doing the lower section. And I have been warned that if I have any hope of beating this game in the next 2 days, that I needed to start early today and do lots and lots and lots of this place's side quests. We like literally just got here. If you're wondering about spoilers, we like just walked into the lower level of Labyrinthos. Now that I'm not in Elpis, I feel like I should change my mount, my default mount. Oh, Kobe can't talk. Hold on. Hold on. I can fix this. I think I got you. Let's do Legacy Chocobo for a bit. Yeah, mode only chat is only going to be used for the Endwalker main scenario. I'm going to turn it off after that for until the next time I have to worry about being super spoiled. And we'll do the same thing again. We'll just clear it out and add people if need be. Because even people who've meant well have been a little accidentally spoily, especially at the 45-yard line. Like they can keep their excitement together until I'm like 35, 45 seconds before the thing, and then they're like, yeah, the thing! Oh, oops. And yeah, I'll do the raids for the story, definitely. Especially because they put frickin' La Habrea on the poster, right? Like, I try not to blame people for being excited, right? Like, that's where it's coming from. They're really excited to share this thing they love, and I'm right on the border of it, but if you're as excited as you are for me to experience it, let me experience it the right way. Like, let me experience it fresh and unexpected with no hints. Oh my god, I'm traveling with this massive entourage and I gotta do all their small talk every time. The second coming of a Mimi Doa-like character.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface. by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the ether burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some in's like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut? That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this? Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavenward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Or you could make me go to Azzy's Law for another side quest.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Find a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
We found stuff for our friends to do. What are Hori and the gang are doing right now? I'm like so determined to get the Scion B squad up and running. Let varsity graduate. Let junior varsity become varsity. I never get sick of hearing NPCs that were around for like our low-tech days just being like, yes, I'll get you the materials you need for your starship. How fortuitous Urianger is on the moon. Well, at least they didn't make him go to Azizla again.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Oh, how far she's come.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
As if this wasn't tugging at the heartstrings enough here.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Fun. Same stuff. Same stuff. You there, the lad with the red eyes and the matching hair. Yeah, I was curious how they were going to bring the auspices into it, because I think they're in possession. The auspices and the Kojin are in possession of most of the relics that would be like story relevant, right? Four 400 to the west. How far west is this area go? Got 3 open currents field-wise down here. And the rest will all be quests. So if I run over here first, maybe I can get this Aetheryte and have 2 places to teleport. $700 to the north. Oops. Oh, they're still locking me out? Nice. Obvious progression for the win? Or no? Is that doesn't look shut, actually. No, we can get in there, I think. Glad to hear Marial are defeating the Q monster. One left. Northeast. Hey, one more thing off the list. Alright, game, take me to side quest hell. Part 1. I use my chocobo as a distraction to run all the time. There we go. First sets up. Test a new tincture that makes a mob weak. Good night, Jay. It's been years, and I'm still not used to still being on the chocobo when you land after the teleport. I think you should be good, Fox. Oh, it sounds like fortuitous pacing. Oh yeah, tincture. Ow. Ow. I mean, it certainly feels like a few weeks. Technically, I think I did more teaching Matsuya how not to selfish. I think it was 1 out of 3. Yeah, that's where we started today. After marinating in it for a bit last night, I have some questions about the closed time loop in terms of, like, if we only made the averted 8th timeline recently, how can there be a loop that's always been connected to it? And I'm trying to figure that part out. Like, what's the Heidelin situation on the other side of the fork? Like our Y-shaped timeline. I've only just come to accept the Y-shaped timeline. I maintain what I said during Shadowbringers. This all makes sense if next year Graha has to go back into the tower. There never was an 8th Umbral calamity. We'd always prevented it. His memories are like a grandfather paradox that he uses to preserve this timeline. Problem solved. The past part of the time loop involves telling Emmett Selk that we killed him. And he doesn't get killed the same way if we don't prevent the fall of the... or if we don't prevent the 8th Umbral era. Like, a lot of the stuff that we did in the past involves on that stuff, or relies on that stuff already existing, which is just, it's very awkward. I just love a lampshade over it. Just some kind of acknowledgement that that's weird. And like how it should work philosophically. Because like the story has been so detail oriented and intelligent in some ways that the idea that they might just go like, yeah, it doesn't make sense, but we don't care. That's weird to me. They could do it. It's just something I think I have to think on for a while to see if I've, like, screwed up one of my premises, or if there's a loophole in it I don't see, or if Heidelin talking about that confluence mattered most, or... I just have to review everything again, I think, to start. I think the only way, like, I could possibly, like, I can try to explain it clearer, but I don't know if it'll work. The Alexander grandfather paradox is because there is no real, like, past or present from the four-dimensional point of view. All time is happening at once, and you have created an anchor point between two subjective places, where that's where it kind of starts and ends and solves itself. Whereas if there's a Y-shaped timeline and the loop is only connected to one side of it, but that was only recently created, then the past, including anything from the recently created spot from a four-dimensional perspective, still doesn't quite make sense, I don't think. Like, it already happened, but from the four-dimensional perspective, you're editing it to include things that were only created later. It's... like I said, I still need to sit with it for a bit and try to figure it out. Because that would suggest that in the Fallen timeline, Heidelin was still expecting everything we said back then to be true. But if that was the case, then why didn't it go in that direction to begin with? But then if the other side of the fork is also, this is how it's always been, what changed? Like, I would accept it's always been this way from a three-dimensional perspective on either side of the fork, too. Like I said, maybe it's just one of my premises that's wrong, and if you adjust that premise, all of the facts and conclusions in the middle make sense. I just love, like, I'd love to hear them explain it. I'd love to hear them just explain how it works. Like, just the rough philosophy behind it. Just so it was something we could, like, say conclusively, because people, like, I'm gonna get asked about it. And I'd love to say more than, I don't know, it's wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey. So if I could hear how they would explain it, I think my understanding of it would be polished quite a bit. Because where we're at now, I don't even have any confirmation or refutation that the premises I'm using are accurate. It is hard to do without visuals. That's why this stream started with a PowerPoint. Like, there's always things that fix it up a little bit. Leaning hard on the rift helps make sense of the Y-shaped timeline for me too. Because, like, I understood the implication of the Y-shaped timeline, but accepting it was difficult without a couple of nuances. Because otherwise you introduce, like, an infinite multiverse where even if you break the tycoon in one specific moment at one specific time, it should still theoretically be accessible from any point in time that can move. So you've never really destroyed the tycoon, therefore you're never really safe from the tycoon, ergo you've never really defeated anything. But for all of those possible other timelines to be unmanifest, yeah, Stars, I think you're picking up on part of where I understand a difference between Alexander and Shadowbringers. Because it seemed like Shadowbringers was not creating a time loop, since Graha would have, like, if it was the same kind of time loop, Graha would have disappeared in a way that we revealed it had always been this way. And even Graha himself is like, oh, I'm still here, weird, maybe I've just woven myself into the fabric of reality too deeply for me to vanish because we changed stuff. And then we get the text side story that's like, yeah, it's not a change in the timeline like Alexander. The other one is still out there, just doing okay. So we could now, as a result of Endwalker, reinterpret that as the Y-shaped timeline has always existed, and then we get to throw out the premise that it was recently created. But we haven't been given, have we been given any reason to assume that that's the case? Like, can we throw that out? Can we just assume that Graha was mistaken there? And that the Y-shaped timeline has always existed? And then what did the Elidibus and Emmett Selk on that side of the fork even do with their lives for those, hundreds of years? I hate time travel, man. Doing it well is hard. I didn't capture the Mandragora, did I? Nope. I need another Mandragora, please. I made a mistake. I would love to believe it's just always been this way. I would love to believe that. Like, I would be okay with zooming out and, like, have an Alexander loop over a Shadowbringers loop over another Alexander loop. Because that's the real difference. When you use the non-Alexander loop, you have multiple timelines still extant, where in the Alexander loop you change things from a non-3D perspective, and therefore from a 3D perspective there's an illusion that that's the way it always was. Again, it really just comes down to, I'd love to hear them explain it one time. I'd love to hear them just kind of walk me from Aetheris to Endwalker and put the time shenanigans where they go in a way that makes sense. Like, how do they understand it? That would help me a lot if I knew how they understood it. Even if their answer is, we didn't think too hard about it. Actually, to hear you say that explains how we've had kind of the back and forth that we've had so far. Because causal loops make the most sense to me. I think there's a really good explanation of causal loops in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I think Fritz does it. Where we see time as a series of individual moments, but there's a stack of them. They're like, it's an illusion that they're individual moments. They're all together in one block. And so, as a 3D thing, you're forced to live them one moment at a time, point to point to point to point to point. But if you were to step outside of them and look at the block from a 4D perspective, you can edit the block, and therefore the 0th timeline disappears. It never happened. From a 4D perspective, it happened, but from a 4D perspective, you edited the 3D block. So since we're 3D, from inside, we experience the illusion of that there was no 0th timeline. And I find that really, really easy to grasp. And I think that's where a lot of other people get hung up, so I end up hung up on a completely different thing than most people. I think that's really what it comes down to. Because otherwise you end up with Back to the Future time travel where you're the only person in the universe who matters and the present is very, very special relative to you. Like, the present relative to you, the only person in the universe who matters, can affect everything else. And that drives me nuts. I hate that kind of time travel. It's very childish. It's like Disney time travel. At least in my understanding. Like, I'm always open to the idea that I've just completely fucked up a premise somewhere. But I find that kind of time travel to be very childish. Like, it's really good for fantasy stories that are not as critical as the ones that we've been playing. But I'm a weirdo, and that's okay with me. That's so funny. That's like perfect evidence that we have completely different kind of epistemology when it comes to this stuff, because Supernatural was one of the few things I thought did it pretty well until they brought in all the like coexisting timelines and separate universes and stuff. I thought the first couple ones they did were actually pretty good with like the Yellow-Eyed Demon. I thought that one made perfect sense because it went like 4D reality to 3D illusion. Like the later seasons of Supernatural, I thought did it in a really weird way. So yeah, I think we just have like totally different epistemology and preferences when it comes to time travel stories. And I have no idea which one's even in play here. Though I haven't gone as deep into the last couple seasons of Supernatural, so I think I'm gonna limit that opinion to only the one where they did the Yellow-Eyed Demon. I'm mostly with Murph. The only struggle for me is like, because I can make sense of it pretty quickly in terms of premise conclusion, if I think about it too hard, what I start to see is continuity errors. Like, it feels in my heart like a continuity error rather than a timey-wimey, don't think about it kind of thing. And my heart just doesn't want to let go of continuity errors. Like, for what it feels like, it would be like, I don't know, what's a movie with a really big dumb plot hole? You ever see the end of Jurassic Park where they're supposed to be flying back towards the mainland, but they're flying into the sunset, so they're going the wrong way out to the middle of the ocean? That's what it feels like. Maybe I should have read a little more carefully. I like that the Loperits were able to identify that this thing probably contains an Archimedes screw. A lore rundown of why the axolotl is there? My brain does the exact opposite in that situation. It just doesn't think about him because it's like, Ishikawa-san wanted it, ergo it happened. The same reason why, like, all the stuff she wrote is very important right now. Coil, Graha. I love the cinnamon buns. I think the intro to the Loporits is part of what made them so easy to accept, because you kind of go through all that really heavy, unexpected stuff at that point in the story, and then as you're trying to digest, like, Van Daniel's dead, Zodiark's dead, the moon is a giant spaceship piloted by bunny rabbits, you've also got Thancred who's just like, what? So that helps. It was a nice way to use a radically unexpected tone shift as a way to get you to transition between the two kind of differently toned parts of the stories and release some tension, and it was just very well paced. Yeah, the buns absolutely have to be a tribe quest line. If for no other reason so that I can have an outfit of one. Like, lore-wise, from where we are today, I think it would make more sense for the Thavnarian area to be the Gathering, since they lack all resources from everything that just went on with the tower. But they need crafting stuff too, but... Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, they're both in the same boat. Crap. Both of them could need resources to craft what they're lacking. So the Buns have a whole bunch of stuff they need to do if they want the moon to be the perfect paradise they want it to be. Just like Thavnir needs a supply chain after the tower incident. So I don't know which one's going to be crafting gathering. I feel like the Loperts would just be more fun crafting. I have no idea what's going to go on with the restoration, but they mentioned it so many times that it's got to be coming. Like, is it going to be closer to Firmament or closer to Doma is I think what makes that... Like, the Garlean restoration feels like it's going to happen, but I can't figure out which mode it's going to be, if you know what I mean. Like Doma, where we all saw it differently, or Firmament, where we all saw it the same. I would agree Doma style would be better. I think looking back, I'm actually very curious, like, how many people wanted Ishgardian housing because they really love the snow and stone area? And how many people were asking for it because it was the only place we didn't really have housing at the time? Like, did SE devote a whole bunch of resources to it and create this thing over kind of 3 or 4 years of time, only for us to get to a spot where we would have had any other housing that we would have wanted? Like, are people happy they got Charlayan housing and not Crystarium housing, or not Charlayan housing, or... I think at this point you gotta just shove an apartment building in every way, in every place. What I like about the fact that we got Ishgard over any of the others is that, like, there's nowhere else you can have the same kind of ski lodge vibe. I do have an apartment. It is currently in Kugane, because I thought that was the most kind of sensible place for Moose to have a home away from home. But if given the opportunity to decorate one, I'd go to Crystarium in a heartbeat. I don't expect like full-on Crystarium housing would ever exist, but if they want to avoid ever making another very large housing ward again, it would be cool if they made apartments everywhere instead. Oh yeah, the low poly flowers, or the grapes, low poly grapes. Crystal grapes. What do you say? I'd brave eating a volcano for a choice bunch. Definitely the only answer. I am. Oh, wait, maybe I don't want to run away from cooking away that fast. I love that Cooking Way just asked us if cooking things isn't too much of a bother to bother with. And then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. Very well, Lemon Muffin, do your worst. 'Tis the paradox of the Immaculate Carrot. I think what Dino was saying there actually kind of helped me formulate my thoughts a little bit. Sometimes I refer to this difference between the Final Fantasy XIV I thought I was playing in the beginning and the Final Fantasy XIV I think I'm playing at the end. And Dino I think has it right. There's this convergence of the rule of cool and the rule of cute. And I think the difference is that the old game that I thought I was playing would have had a much lower threshold for where it was okay for that convergence to reach silliness. Like, the new 14 is very willing to be silly compared to the old 14. I think it would have put a harder cap on cool and cute if it started to breach into silly. Like any kind of trite clichéness, I guess. And part of me wonders what the game would be like if it was still a little less silly. And where we would have gone in that way. Like, would it have been more powerful, less powerful? Would it have been just as convoluted and weird? And not knowing bothers me a little bit. But I can definitely mourn the loss of not knowing that while still enjoying this to the fullest, because this is freaking awesome. But like, imagine if you had... imagine if you went back to those days and told yourself that you would be listening to like a philosophical conversation about what it means to consider things progress in society, because inevitably progress means you try to eliminate the bad side of things, and then you fruitlessly try to chase this perfection that can never exist and sow the seeds of your own downfall, and you're exploring this philosophy from a lunar rabbit named Cooking Way. So I think the new 14 is actually probably a more on-brand Final Fantasy balanced version of this. I think 1.0 was probably less a traditional Final Fantasy balanced in terms of rule of cool and rule of cute, with rule of silly as a threshold. And I think I'm much more confident in that conclusion hearing Dino say that the threshold for silly being too high with rule of cool and rule of cute in anime is sometimes what ruins it for them. I agree. So even though because I played the original 14, there are moments in this game that I'm like, ugh, really, bro? It's not so much that it ruins my enjoyment. I actually get a little bit of joy out of being able to be like, ugh. So... It does seem very, very well balanced. And yeah, that the moment in Coil where the freaking Leveyor twins strike an anime pose and are like, for the future of Eorzea! Like, that's the most anime cringy thing. And I think that's the point where I had to make like a really conscious decision. If I'm gonna keep loving this game, I need to create some acceptance of moments like this. And it is the most egregious, it's one of the most egregious examples I can think of. I think there may or be one or two other moments that rival it in terms of just the kind of rubbing the silliness in your face a bit. But I can't think of any because that one is so forefront in my mind. Like, as someone who was coming from 1.0 at the time, like it wasn't even a few years behind me yet, that rocked me over the head like a roll of quarters in a sock. Oh, we seem to have convinced Cooking Way that anything is better in a muffin. Perhaps not inaccurate. I have been told that the Loperit jingle is straight from 4. I have not played 4. Yes, you sweet cinnamon boon. All of our forests are pretty leafy. Gasp, gasp, I say. No growing way. Do not despair, growing way. I believe in you too, worrying way. My oldest Loperit friend. I don't know quite how I never ended up playing 4. I think for most of my childhood, Final Fantasy was a game that I saw at other people's houses and was like, wow, 4 discs. That's a lot. And the first one I really played myself, as opposed to just throwing a disc in at a friend or cousin's house, was 10. Like, I did 10 start to finish, and I loved it, and I thought it was a great game. And I was like, okay, let's get some more from this and see what they're like. And I did Tactics and 12 back to back, like one right into the other, not even knowing they were connected. And that's when Yasumi Matsuno turned me into a Final Fantasy fan rather than a game of this one game called Final Fantasy X. And I went back and I started playing some of the others, but I couldn't get into all of them, and everyone kept saying 7, but they looked like balloon animals, and that really bothered me. Then they said 6, and I really like 6. I did Origins, but I did only 1, not 2. So I think, what have I not played? 2, 4, 3. Yeah, 2, 3, 4 I haven't played. 5 I started. I'm waiting for them to finish the remake of 7 before I give that one a go. I did 8, but not 9, and everyone's really mad at me for that. Yeah, I was a Sega kid too. To this day, I hold a low-key, very large, very soft spot in my heart for Echo the Dolphin. One day I'm going to get around to 9 because 9 seems like a game that I'm gonna enjoy a lot more as an adult than I did as a kid. Like the art, even just the art style was enough to throw me off as a kid for some reason. It wasn't what I wanted at that time. And I think I'm really going to appreciate 9 now. And I tried to go back for 7 recently, and I've just concluded that 7 is a game that is a lot better in people's memories and nostalgia than it is for a new player in 2021. And that's okay. Some games just didn't age as well, but I can't really get into it very well. I'm trying. Oh god, there are 8 of these dudes in space. They have 99 bottles of beer on the wall anywhere, so yeah, at least the melody. But yeah, in terms of what games I have and haven't played and what I thought of them, I am fully prepared to represent unpopular and wrong opinion territory for many. Oh, sweet Jeebus, the people that I'm talking to who don't need help don't even count? Alright, let's do what I usually do. And we'll do the outer rim and slowly work our way in. Nobody's out there, are they? That's just a lie, right? I got another one that doesn't count. Okay, so this is the real border of it. And I think we already did the south border, but we'll go do it again. We'll start looping in from there. These things open, do they? Let's just take a quick look through the center. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Loperids. See you in a bit, Darth. This woman is doing better than you are. Okay, so we're gonna check out that stairwell and then continue the loop process. Seven. Sure, there's nothing in there. Okay. Easy peasy. Oh. That'd be growing way. Oh, welcome back.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh, here we go.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
A little smiling Loprit in the background.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
And right back to the powerful, cheery music. That was really good. That was a really, really good scene. Moonbrita at the time was a frustration for me because they introduced her as this like cool, badass new character, and then before you really got to know her, poof, dead. And in order to kind of bridge my experience to Moose's experience and see it in the most positive light possible, what I told myself was it was character development for the other Scions, not for me and my journey. It wasn't for me to feel. It was for me to witness and be their friend as they felt something, even if I didn't totally understand it. And that's how I chose to interpret it at the time. So to see it connected from that point of view to Urianger was really, really, really good, especially because they brought up how they understood his reaction. Because anybody who knows Urianger knows he spent more time with books than people and just sucks at people. So for him to have avoided them because he thought he did this all wrong, and for them to be so embracing of him, I think is very like on brand with the story and Moonbreeda and Hope and all that other kind of stuff. I think that was a really, really, really well written scene. I'm probably going to say this about 1,000 times, but I'm really a fan of what I call narrative symmetry, which is where you end up at a place that rhymes with the place where you started. So the end looks like the beginning in a way. And this story, the 7th Umbral Era, the Realm Reborn, all that stuff, it started with Urianger. Urianger was the first thing that happened that told us this is a different game, this is a different world, we're going in a different direction. Is the story of 1.0 dropped off, and there was a pause for a while as they were trying to figure out what to do. And the thing that told us that they decided on a direction and something new was coming was a GM showed up. And the GM was controlling a character named Urianger Augural. And he would show up as an Arcanist and just cast a shitload of spells on you and recite some poetry about the 7th Umbral Era and then run away. And figuring out who he was and what he wanted was the first mystery of 1.0. So to have him be a major player in each part of the story and the way he has, I think is like honoring that in a really interesting way. In a way that they probably didn't plan for, knowing that the GM-controlled Nail von Darnus showed up around the same time. And whew, what a pile of fun and retcons Darnus turned out to be. That was a journey. Darnus was a stumble every step of the way, but we ended up with one of the coolest villains in the world. Before I hit this, I'm going to take a quick stretch break. Let marinate in those feels for a hot minute, too. So, if it's been a while since you stretched or hydrated, please do so right now. I will be back in 3 to 5 tops. Okay. I am back mostly kind of... I was going to bring this up during one of the cutscenes, but I never found a place to shove it in there. If you were present for the PowerPoint at the beginning of this, or the rants in the middle of this, or the debates we were having as we wandered along about the wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff, if you are also making your own diagrams of how you think it works, send them to me. Let's have some fun with it. I've created a room in the Discord that's just called Time Shenanigans. So if you want to throw in your theories or your diagrams of how you think we can take Alexander, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker and kind of make sense of all of them without any of it falling apart, I'd love to hear it. Because one day I'd love to hear it from Oda and Ishikawa themselves, like how they imagined it as they were writing it. But in terms of how I understand time travel, I have so many questions. So anyway, let's keep it going. We've got, I imagine, much more of this area to go. Side quest time. No, go all the way around. Ah. And if this is your first time watching me do side quests, yes, I do have an infuriating habit of picking up only one at a time, so I remember what connects to what and what we're doing. That way when I go to look up lore facts later, I can be like, oh yes, it was the one with the blah 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 blah. Even though very few of the side quests so far have been stuff I'd need to reference at a later date, as opposed to stuff that just makes me feel immersed in the moment. Oh, I went to the wrong one. It's MSQ. I mean, I can just turn the BGM off while we do side quests if that helps, but does that make it like awkwardly quiet then? Or should I just turn it down halfway? I'll try turning it off first. We'll see if it's weird. Hype mode off. Disabled. Or, right. Drink the thing. Yeah, it's just like the bridge of the trailer over and over and over. Which is really good during some sections of the MSQ parts. But even like we broke up that section with the sad part and it just returned right to it abruptly. Maybe get just enough steam for it again. I don't like this bush. We have temporarily disabled the music. If it is super awkward, I can put it back on at a much lower level. Like I can just bring it down to a barely perceptible temporary. Let's do these fringy ones. Yeah, this is true immersion now. I usually play with the BGM off, but I turn it on for patch days so that I can like really soak in it as soaking intended. And then after I feel like I've marinated in it as intended, I turn it off until the next expansion or next patch. Because that prevents me from getting to where I was with some of 11, where it was just like grating. Like if I hear this song one more time. "200 seconds. Well, we need hype music for this one. I'll find a way to, I'm gonna test what it sounds like just quieter for a little bit too. System menu. Music. You can break it up with some mount music. What are we at, 50? Let's take it from 50 to 20 until we start the MSQ again. Because now it at least it blends into the same environment sounds we have. The world is at stake. Quick, run these books to my friendo. Default brass chocobo gem for the legacy bow. Oh my god, I keep doing that. In a way, Labyrinthos gives me 1.0 flashbacks. What's that? A barrier? We'll just have to go around. No jumping. Lanosea used to be like ridges, just nothing but ridges. And they would be like 3 inches tall, but if they were taller than your foot, you had to walk a mile around them. Hated that. Some things we lost are okay. Should you determine to undertake this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or duty list. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher clues to determine your next course of action. Uh-oh. Wayward carbuncle. Hold on. Did he say what I think he said? Ordinarily, a carbuncle would never be seen, or would never be without an arcanist, but this one was found alone, wandering around the wilds of Lanosea. Is this Tataru's? Is that even possible? That was weeks and months and years ago, depending on where you are in the bubble. Destination will not be displayed. So same as yesterday. How big is our inert? Not here. Inert, not here. Oh, it's the entire ring? Can I even use this on my chocobo? Oh, good. Okay. So, the best way I can think of to go about this is to start on the inner circle where we have less ground to cover. And we'll use it once per clock point. Oh, freaking gosh. Inert. No, no clues. I must suffer. Even though I really do need to beat this goddamn thing within a few days. Inert. 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 I'll tell you what, if I get back around to the place that I started, and I'm going about this all wrong, you can be like, yeah, you're covering way too much ground between using that thing. But for the moment, I'm gonna do the clock theory. Just use one on every one of these. Oh, faintly. And then what we'll do is faintly. Okay, so if we can go that much without changing it, it's probably not in this hour. Head on to the next. Warmly. So this is one possible hour. Let's see if it's faintly by the middle of the next one again. Warmly again. Oh, beans. Could be faintly for one, but warmly for two. That suggests it's between these two. Let's see. Let's go to the middle and see if it's any warmer. Still warmly. Warmly. Paint area. The middling area is too small. Not refund. Crystal's a scam. Alright, let's... Faintly. Son of a bitch. so from here to here we had Warmly. I believe we had Warmly here as well. Which is frustrating. Let's try in this area. This is some key items. Oh, good. I can put it on the freaking. Okay, other side. Did this section. Makes you wonder how many steps there are between faintly and warmly, or warmly and whatever the ending is. Okay. Suggests back to this area, I guess. Is that a moat because I was getting close and then you were like, ah, oh, damn it, Moose. Brilliantly. Ah. Warmly. 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 Brilliantly. It's still brilliantly over here. Oh, yeah, it is. Gotcha! Process of moose elimination wins again. Actually, it wasn't bad. We did a clock point here, we did a clock point here, and then we ruled out here, 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 and here. Leaving here. Yep. Cool. What a positively thrilling use of my MSQ time. I'm not anxious at all, I swear. This carbuncle looks oddly familiar. It is Tatari's, isn't it? An immensely talented arcanist. Oh, it was easy. I have a problem of a marital nature. Right to run. I wonder how many stops around the clock we've got a bunch of side quests on. I did not get the writing map for here. Are those still sold for like the fate gems? How many gems are we talking? Actually, you know what? I wonder if the old trick still works. 70? What do you think would take longer, to just brute force through the quests or farm 70 things? Let's see here. Does it still work? Still no news from Grubhub. God, I love these things. Katana the best. Good night, Aqua. Grubhub is sending the codes out on the 17th to those who are eligible for them, but the form is being very strange, where you actually like submit the thing. What should happen is you insert a promo code, and that's your promo code for the order. You're not allowed to stack coupons on Grubhub. And what instead is going on is like the Endwalker code after the Game Awards does not include a discount. So it's just like promo code applied, but you don't see anything because there's not like a discount. And then it like refreshes itself back to a thing where you can put in the promo code again, which is very strange. And then for anybody who orders at that point, I've gotten like 50% of people tell me they didn't see anything on the checkout or receipt that indicated the promo code had actually been applied to their order, even though it had said it had been and then refreshed to a weird default point. And then the other half say that there was no indication at first, but when they got their email confirmation, it actually said promo code minus $0.00. And so you apparently don't really know what's going to happen to you. So I figured, like, I made my order, I put in the code, I screenshotted it saying code accepted, and then I screenshotted it again saying that there had been no promo code applied, and asked Grubhub chat, like, hey, what's up with that? Can I get some confirmation at least as to what's going on? And they were like, sure, wait for an email. So I've been waiting for an email for a bit, and I have no news on that. But someone else I know asked them, and the first time they contacted them, they were told the promotion only existed on the 9th, which we know that's not true. So they contacted them again and got told that actually all the codes have been exhausted already. They're out of codes. So it may be the case that they're still accepting the code and telling you it's applied, and then just they're not going to send you anything on the 17th. So I have absolutely no idea what's going on, so I'm very curious to see what my email says. When you ordered yours, did you get a receipt that said promo code minus 0000? Or did you have nothing that indicated it on yours? It just said it was accepted. Ah, solidarity from the Moose. That's exactly the situation I'm in. I have screenshots of it saying it was accepted, nothing indicating it was, so I reached out to him to try to figure out what the hell happened. Yeah, I got nothing. And like, it was already kind of a sour taste in my mouth because I never use any of those services. I just go get my own damn food because it's over $10 cheaper. And so I bit the bullet. I paid over $10 extra. I went through a bunch of the places in town, and actually I couldn't really order the night of the 9th during the Game Awards because I'm East Coast, so it all, like, most of the places I could order from had stopped taking orders by then. And the rest were boosting their prices on Grubhub like 30% over menu, just insane price boosts. And I was very bitter and frustrated, and at that point I was more angry than hungry, and I was like, fuck it, I'll do it tomorrow. And then I came back the next day, and it was doing what I'm describing now. Code applied, not applied. Code applied, not applied. So I gave it another day just to see if they'd fix it. And they didn't. So I went through and did it today, which might be too late. They might be out of codes. Which What a mess. So yeah, I may be too bitter to ever consider uttering the name Grubhub again. We'll see. I'm a very, like, for as kind and understanding and pro-community as I endeavor to be, I'm also very petty when it comes to being wronged by brands. I'll just never buy a brand again, ever. I'm perfectly happy doing that. Yeah, that's assuming you were even in a region that has Grubhub. So it's like this one's a little, this promo is very awkward. I'm curious to see how it's gonna go in the end. But yeah, I may have spent 30 bucks, including 10 bucks I didn't need to on service fees on nothing. It also only counted if it was delivery. If you tried to order through the Grubhub service and pick it up yourself, it was like, no, 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 you don't do that. It has to be delivery. So I am skeptically watching my email, seeing what happens. I had one person say that you could actually only use it once per account, that it worked on their account one time, and then they tried to use it the next day and it was just like, cannot use more than once. So I'm wishing you luck. I'm wishing everybody luck. Oh, you have 2 accounts? Okay, cool. Not only do I only have 1 account, I made that account for this promo. I like might just uninstall the app and never think that name again. So much love for apples in this expansion. Everybody loves apples. No wonder what Ishikawa's thoughts on apples are. This low Brit just said that apples might be even better than carrots. But yeah, in my life, I've had a very rough time with codes in general. I usually have kind of bad luck with the systems working with them for some reason. Can we just go back to the day where you put like 5 cardboard box tops and a check in an envelope and snail mail it to Lake Toluca, California? I want to do that again. Amazingly, that was more reliable. There it goes. Okay. Reaper LB3 might even be brighter than Red Mage? I would expect just a screen to go black. Or the other way around. This coffer has at long last fulfilled its purpose by capturing a mammoth. If the box could have feelings, this one would be proud. Oh, it just covers up a lot of the screen. Okay, last two side quests, but probable chains incoming. I actually like the Gleaners a lot. The Gleaners seem to be like very down to earth compared to the people they work for. And they seem to really care about their job and like the kind of everything in the world. Oh man, we already got a researcher over here trying to connect his lantern crystals to Akasha. Oh, one down. It wasn't a chain. Saved a few minutes. Musselfret. Oh, no, you don't. Oh no, if the kid is the end of this quest, this one's a chain. I would have to help this kid solve his problems. I'll gladly take your money. I didn't refuse to take your money because I'm treating you like a child. I refuse to take your money because I'm the warrior of light, which means I'm riddled with anxiety and trauma and need things to do to keep my mind busy, otherwise it all starts collapsing in on itself. You should see what it looks like when I try to remember things. This one time in Eden. That's my headcanon for the Warrior of Light. Like, my Warrior of Light. He's just super restless. But every time he tries to rest, he's just laying in bed. And all the thoughts are rushing through his head. And he's like, ah, screw it. I'm gonna go look for orphans who need help moving boxes. Just relentless do-gooder, but not for the purpose of doing good. Not the sole purpose. At least this kid goes on ahead of me and lets me, like, ride my mount out to him. He doesn't make me, like, walk at his pace. Appreciate that, tiny child. Your adults could learn from you. The low poly grapes are going to be such a mile marker for me for the rest of this game. Hey, Ramos. All I need to do is keep increasing the number of simultaneous shatters to keep getting more VIP slots at a faster rate than it takes me to beat this MSQ. We got 2 days, we can do it. Well, technically what happens after 2 days is I have to go back to work. So, that's the goal. This is the first vacation I've taken in like a first proper like whole week off I've taken in probably 4 years. So I'm a little bitter that so much of it was spent locked out of the game or in queues or failing to get through a Grubhub thing, or it was a little more frustrating than I had hoped for, but we here, we playing. I feel like the emotional impact of the patch has been minimally impacted considering the circumstances, but I was gonna multitask. I was gonna do like family stuff and delayed holiday stuff and gaming stuff, but all the other stuff just kind of fell through, which was kind of turns out for the best, because this is a meaty main scenario. Especially if you factor in all these goddamn side quests. You'd think any conditions that like would break the promo would just not allow you to apply the promo code. Like if you don't order at least $15, it doesn't allow you to apply the code. If you don't have it set to delivery, it doesn't let you apply the code. Though the funny thing is like they're like, even after you meet all the conditions, it tells you that you've entered the code, and then it resets and doesn't show you anything else. So it's like, this is just a mess. I think a lot of the people that should have gotten their codes probably aren't going to get their codes. Or they're going to have to go on some wild expensive tangent to fix it. I am very frustrated with my experience with that whole promo right now. Yeah, my receipt doesn't have any mention of it either, despite the fact that it told me it accepted the code. Like, I have screenshots of it saying code applied. Not that I expect the screenshots are going to amount to much. Like, in my experience, usually what I'm told is, eat the loss, sucker. I think for me, it's just so bitter because I've never ordered from Grubhub before. I did it solely for this promo. I made an account for this promo. And then they charged me over $10 what it would have been if I just did it myself. So it's like I got charged an emote tax from my perspective, and then it might have been like a waste of money. That I don't like that. That's enough to make me bitter enough to never touch it again. Clearly, this is all Mr. Happy's fault. So yeah, my advice to you guys is if you try to do the Grubhub promo, be very cautious if it doesn't say anything on the checkout or receipt. And I will update you if I get an email that says it's okay. Like, don't worry. It said code accepted. We accepted the code. Can't imagine that's gonna happen for some reason. Like my gut is very negative about it right now. Hoping for the best, prepared for the worst. I'm actually on the same exact opinion, but on the opposite side of it. Like, I don't even really give a shit about the emote itself anymore. I just feel like I paid $30 and did my side of the bargain. So to cut my losses is like, I'm very big into cutting losses as a this situation is over tax. Like, just write it off as, well, it's over, I'm never thinking about it again, and that's the charge. But to do my end of it and get nothing, despite supporting their service in a really shady way for, like, and again, like, I got my sandwich, but I paid $30 for a sandwich and a cup of soup, and that's not, no. I did my end. You do your end. Damn it. So like, it's not even about the emote. It's the principle of the agreement. I'm very big about like the principle of the thing. I paid $30 for my friend to eat food. Actually, the Butterfinger thing actually played out really bad for me too, but I'm just gonna write that one off as my bad. I bought $5 in Butterfingers, but I think the timing was wrong. I think that's what happened. I don't know, it didn't take it. And I was annoyed, and I just gave up on it. I didn't try to fix that one. Maybe what we've discovered is my threshold is somewhere between $5 and $30 for giving a shit. I don't know if I can make anyone uphold their end of the deal, but I can at least make them tell me to my face that they're not going to. That's what I want. Or at least to my email. Like, it's one thing to give them money and then not pursue it and then just give up and then they keep my money and I get shafted. Like, that encourages bad behavior. That rewards bad behavior. That rewards unreliability. And I'm not into that at all. So if I'm gonna get screwed on something, I'm gonna make them just say it. Like, say it. Say it out loud. Say it to me. That's really what it comes down to. We're talking about my poor experience with the Grubhub campaign. And if anybody missed that side quest chain because we were bullshitting about Grubhub, this child noticed a very small change in the hue of the artificial sun of this place, and no one would believe him. So we went researching a whole bunch of stuff and found that it had gone into a programmed overdrive mode because it was low on Aether, and we fixed the situation. Oh my god, that's not the end of the chain. This should be the end of the chain. Oh neat, this one pops if you've done multiple parts of multiple chains. What about you? Did you try to get an eat pizza emote, Lubby? Oh yeah, out of country. Singapore! I've got friends in Singapore. My FC founders are from Singapore. My Singaporean friend sent me a card game that teaches you Singlish, and I've got one more person I can practice it with. Your gaming addiction is turning into free food for other people. I love that we all like complain Amazon is becoming too big of a monopoly, and it was the only easily run promo I've done. That one only cost me $20, and then I got to dedicate the $20 towards games on the PlayStation Network. Yeah, I gave my Butterfingers away too, even though I didn't even qualify for the damn mount in the end, I don't think. Welcome back, Darth. We're almost done with the side quests of this place, Darth. Oh, beans. Go away, go away. I don't want any of this right now. Go. They didn't teach me the swears first, no. It's not up their alley, I don't think. We're gonna go from, I bet, we're gonna go from one aetheryte to the other with like a couple discussion stops, and then all of a sudden, a million more. Hey, all my friends from the side stuff. Wow. Dad's important for enough for a name. Mom's not. Muselfrey and Mother. Just a game of invisible mothers. Even Anima turned out to be dead. The Scholar. Yeah, we got the only mom that matters, Crystal Mom. Yes, heartwarming. If you don't mind, I must go to space. I'd be curious to see the musical breakdown for Endwalker. We'll see it soon enough. It's hard to gauge because the story is also much longer. Like, it only took me 5 days to beat Stormblood, and not Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and I did the side quests too. Same thing, same pace. This is taking me days longer than the last. And then you have the fact that Soken was hospitalized for some of that time too. Even though he was working there, I imagine he wasn't up to 100%. So like, I have no idea what the overall balance is going to come out to. But we'll know when we see the soundtrack, I think. All I know is he continues to up his game every freaking expansion. What new tracks we do get are amazing. This is just it's such a big story. I'm also still trying to figure out like stream safe snacks too, so I'm not just sitting here the whole time like, uh-huh. I may give up and just keep muting it. Yeah, the Jerquito, that was okay. But your cube jumped back up? That's not fair. The nature of this paperwork is not a particularly well-guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, will nevertheless remain largely unknown. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm in the same place. I've actually been avoiding a great deal of public conversation. I've been avoiding Twitter. I've been avoiding my free company channels. I've been avoiding everything. Ooh, that was a cool detail. I'll repeat it again in a minute if anybody's not like reading along. I've been summarizing cutscenes more than reading them out loud anyway, so I want to go back through this one for a minute. I'll complete this quest and won't pick up the next one just yet. Uh-oh. May not have the chance. Here we go. That scene, I'm actually surprised wasn't voiced. Scrolling up in my log here. That scene was exactly what I wanted when I learned Anthony Howell was going to be the voice actor for Porshno. Because he's played characters that are like... He's played villains, he's played good guys, but they've always had this kind of ambiguity between them in terms of what the voice is coded. He can sound like a loving, caring dude or a douchebag pretty easily by just kind of shifting his delivery. And the fact that it's so ambiguous in the regular talking voices that he's done for some of the parts made me really glad he was Porshno, because I anticipated I anticipated what we were going to learn about him was that, like, he was just really stern and stubborn and refused to budge once he thought he knew what was right. And that scene was the validation of that in a way, by explaining the past. House Levayor can actually trace its roots to the time of Munekrep, like actually has the genealogy to prove it. And the family motto was actually a quote from him: "Renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason." So Porshno is actually really attached to the family motto and really attached to the history that they all come from. And where this all kind of went sideways for the family was Louisoix looked to the deeds of Nunkrep instead of the words that he said. And what Nunkrep did was he saw that the tides were rising, and he tried to save everyone, great and small. And his, like, Louisoix's knowledge of prophecy is what led him to see that the calamity was coming, and that he was embracing that idea to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it's indolence. So that's where Fortuno and Louisoix had their big breakdown. It was about the pride in the family motto and what it meant to have a family identity, and that they just kind of had a disagreement over what it meant to be a descendant of Nunkrep and embrace his ideals. And he was saying that Fortuno actually agonized over this, that he really stressed out about having to condemn his father as a pariah, but that's just the path that he had to walk as someone with those ideals. And this guy was telling the kids that however stubborn of an old goat he might be, that he loves them to an embarrassing degree. And that they're never allowed to tell anyone he said that because he needs the forum on his side. I'm surprised they didn't voice that. That was a good bit of info. Contextually. So yeah, that's I'm surprised that I got exactly what I wanted out of both of the parents. Because Fortuno was a good, like, rival in a way, like a tension building rival. We had different ideas, but was a way that there was a way we could bring them together. And all I wanted from Mom was that, like, she would be the happy, ignoring what he thinks, I made sandwiches, as he's trying to throw us out of his house. And the fact that she was just like, oh, bother that, was probably my favorite part of the intro. Do we have any idea how the prophecies in history came to be? Kinda loosely. This is one of the reasons that I'd love to puzzle out how we as the players are supposed to interpret the time shenanigans. Because the prophecies came from this figure called Messiah Thousand Eyes, and they recently connected her prophecies of the coming of the cycle of the calamities to the echo wielded by Mikoto, where she was somehow able to detect movements and traces in the ether to see into the future in ways that definitely happen, even if she doesn't get a lot of information or context from them. And they decided to connect that, or at least have the NPCs connect that to Messiah. So we kind of know a little bit about where the prophecies came from. But yeah, Louisoix was referencing a very old group of prophecies called the Divine Chronicle of Messiah Thousand Eyes. And that's the one that he chose to devote his life to. If we could learn maybe a little bit more about that, when they were written, how this person had those visions, how that connects to the Echo, where that fits into the time shenanigans. Because there were only 7 verses to the Divine Chronicles. As far as we know, they haven't found the 8th verse. So maybe the 8th Umbral Era never happened. And like we said, we're locking an Alexander arc inside of a time break arc inside of an Alexander arc. Which would be freaking bizarre. But however you need to solve it. I'm gonna keep trying until, like, Ishikawa or Oda look me in the face and go, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. Like, I have to believe that they have at least a philosophical rundown of what they believe happened. And I'd love to hear it from their perspective, because the ways that I understand time travel, I can't make all the pieces work. Oh, damn it, I drove away from the Catboy. Oh wait, no, I was driving to the Catboy, damn it! Hey, me annoying the lore team is a time-honored tradition, and we've gotten lots of cool stuff out of that over the year. It's for the greater good. And there have totally been times that Oda-san was just like, tell him I laughed at him when he asked this. And I'm cool with that. I encourage him to do that. I love seeing the different ways that lore fans have interacted with the lore team when given interviews. I've read a lot of like the art magazines and the Famitsu blogs and stuff like that. Every time Oda and Ishikawa do an interview and get asked questions about like the context and extrapolation of stuff, it makes me really happy. If I remember right, one of the Japanese Q&As was actually like, they've gotten hardcore with the lore. That could have been an English Q&A, which is just unusual. Like the Japanese player base did not used to be into the nitty-gritty, deep lore in the way that the West was at all. So to see that interview was like really heartwarming. We did it. We made lore big. I'm in the Elpis map at the moment, and people are in shout chat yelling at Ishikawa in a good way or a bad way. What are they saying? I think that's a good question, Ramos, because we don't actually know a lot about that 200-year gap. Like, if we didn't beat Emmett, Selk, and Elidibus the way we did, what would they have spent that time doing after one calamity before the other? But then again, maybe that was one of the times that civilization collapsed so hard that they were just going to give it 1,500 years before they tried to intervene again. With regard to the calendar question that came up, I'm with Kobe on this one. The declaration of the eras has always partly been a political thing. So it really just, it matters in terms of whether the leaders that are alive now want to declare a different era or not. Like, do they garner the most pride and motivation from saying the 7th astral era is the final, it's here to stay, it's forever? Or would you call it, like, I don't know, the new era? But I mean, like, we were still learning about calamities well into Shadowbringers, so for the Grand Company leaders to just be like, oh, this was the first day we had hope, 7th astral era, even though they're still out there trying to overthrow us and cause another rejoining, that was partly political. No new side quests yet. Yeah. Yeah, and Nessie has tried to come up with, like, good excuses for all that, like Louisoix preventing more of the era from collapsing and more of, like, civilization from collapsing and all that other stuff is why we get to kind of hand wave that they were willing to have a 5-year umbral calamity when they usually last a little longer than that. A little bit. They're still much shorter than the astral eras, but usually a little longer than 5. So, like, in a way, it's a fortuitous coincidence that the politics and truth ended up lining up in the end. Yeah, I doubt they'll ever define how long anything took. Like you said, it's ambiguous due to the nature of it being an MMO. And they've explained before that, like, the way that they built the overworld, if they moved time, they'd have to write thousands of lines of text over again. Or at least check them every time they tried to move it. And one of the big hazards is there's so many events in this game, if you move time and you have to readjust all of the references to time as you do that, then what happens is you increase the probability that people are going to make mistakes. And there's already mistakes sometimes, because even when you have everything in the game important happening in 5-year increments, every now and then someone says the wrong 5-year increment. And by having time never move, even though it's passing, they get to avoid a lot of stuff. They get to avoid the overworld feeling weird. They get to avoid having to check and fix a lot of data. They avoid the increased probability of mistakes. So, like, from a what we spend our time and money on as a corporation perspective, the time bubble really, really serves them. It's difficult for a fan, though, because you're not really... I don't think anybody really looks at this story and believes it all happened in less than 365 days. It's a bit like Simpsons time, is what Koji compared it to. So the way that I look at it is that every player, every Warrior of Light is given a blank check. And you can cash that check in for however much time you want. It could have been a year, it could have been 10 years. Whatever feels right for your Warrior of Light is what you should cash your blank check in for. Because that's one thing I've noticed. If you ask 1,000 people who play this game, should we leave behind the time bubble? you'll get a whole lot of yeses. But if you ask them how much time should be in that time bubble, nobody can agree. Everybody has a totally different impression of how long this game took, and I think it's actually better if we all cash in our blank check for what we want it to be. I like to imagine Moose's journey in real Earth time. Patch to patch.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
Oh, I forgot to turn the music back up. Whoops. And good night, Lenny.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Nice.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Sky Pirates! Yes! I miss you!
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary phoenix blade for this noble cause.
Cool.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Millions.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
I love her. Best mom. Second best mom.
Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allagan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryle's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now, far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Sommer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well. Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all."
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
The sound effect.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming, and a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart.
No, that was his doing. When he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
That's a tough one. They all kind of fit where I imagine everybody is at this point in the story. Like, what do they want to hear? As weird as it is for me, I'm gonna go with the last one. Like, just because I imagine so many people are having an Eorzea's champion moment.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
I'm almost always like an us rather than a me thing, but like with everybody here and what they stand for and all that like talk of Eorzea's sword in the darkness and why they did what they did, it feels like kind of like what they'd want to hear at the moment in order to like gear up to do this final stretch. I wonder how long like a Twitch recording can stay stable. Like, should I just keep it one video or should I cut it? It started getting a little wonky around 7.5 hours yesterday or 6.5 hours yesterday. But I'm not sure if that was just a coincidence. Loved that speech from Bad Dad, though. It's okay? Okay, I'll keep it going. I chose the name Bad Dad because it would work. It would still work if he was badass in the end. I think that's why I chose the name, so I could double entendre it. Like half the names I come up with for things are maybe I can make it a double entendre later. Like for years I just kept saying Elidibus is a snake, Elidibus is a snake because I didn't trust him. But the whole goal was that I thought there was a non-zero chance that he was the closest of them all to Zodiark. That he was going to put himself forward as, oh, you can kill my black-robed friends who are too zealous about Zodiark, when he was really it. And Zodiark is associated with the 13th constellation, and the 13th constellation is the Serpent Bearer, so I thought like one day I'd get to come around and be like, yeah, he's a snake! So yeah, Bad Dad was meant to be like, I could very easily turn it into a compliment. Because again, right before this, I had, well, not right before, it'd been a year or two. I had seen that same voice actor do Vampire, and his vocal work in Vampire was also very, very good in terms of kind of riding the gray between emotions. What are these? Are these sandwiches and pretzels? Another pudding. Hunting, leaves. Oh, these are all here before. I don't think I need to worry about these right now. Okay. Off we go, feels. Did I miss any of the cameos? In the time that I was less active for grad school, there's a non-zero chance I missed some shit. Because most of the shit I would have missed would have been on the first anyway, so... That was cool. The final, even in a game where the 11th hour is throwing you new information and curveballs, all a classic Final Fantasy, I think it's very important that there's a sense that everything you've done has led to this moment. And I think that's why I feared Xenos being too big of a part of this story, because then we would lose sight of... Wait, Leva your philanthropy? No, hold on. Some of these are new. Some of these are definitely new. Hold on. I feared Xenos being too big of a part of this story because he only wants to fight us. Like, his beef isn't with the world. And therefore the entire world rallying around one guy wants to punch this guy who helped us once in the face. It's not the most reflective on what it means to be a good person, so I was very nervous about that. And especially in terms of Van Daniel just being like, I want everybody to die. It's very easy to get on board with just, no, I don't want to die. So if our two big motivations to reflect on what it means to be human and a good person were, I don't want to die, and the Warrior of Light helped me once, I was going to be very, very nervous about, like, is that really our final boss? So I'm actually quite glad, in retrospect, that we were able to ostensibly wipe Fandaniel's presence from the story pretty early, and Xenos fucked off on his own. And so even if they're a big part of the ending, either of them, then we had so much time without them that it really avoids anything I was worried about in terms of having them be too powerful in this. Because we still got to use the final days to reflect on what it means to try to survive and be a good person in a harsh world. And I think I was even a little worried about that in the beginning because it seems so on the nose. The solution is to have hope. So you just Warrior Light, right? Bringer of hope, bringer of the dawn. Look how easy that is. But they seem to have played all of these factors off of each other where none of them becomes too overbearing, like a silly level of overbearing. Oh. This quest is literally just Ameliance has given so much and really likes flowers and really wants to beautify the world, so the servant is apparently convinced that everything's going to be okay enough that we should help plant some flowers in her honor. Sure. Ameliance and Tataru together was perfect. I'm so glad to see Tataru kind of playing her old shtick here too. Because it warms my heart as a 1.0 player where she was part of the Path of the 12 with Minfilia. She was just the door greeter kind of at the time is how we would have experienced her as new players. When she played that role a little bit in the beginning of ARR 2, the first person you see when you come through the door. But yeah, Tataru's been here the whole time too. Like seeing my 1.0 peeps. They're Nemea lilies. Yeah, I guess I can do a quick lap around the city and see which one of these ones of these are just old and which are new. They just give me expedient. Can I just use that in town? Where can I put that? Let's try putting it just here for a bit, I guess. Ah, yes. 15 seconds every 2 minutes. The secret in the box. Tasked with delivering a letter and box to me. Uh-oh, okay. Let me write this down. Oh, man. We review the letter in your inventory. Alright, so I assume one of those is the hint for each of the things. After as much as I've done today, I don't know how many of those clues are gonna come easy, but I'll go to the places that I think are reflective of what I saw there. I don't know. Oh, hello, Yana. How are you today? what do you think makes Reaper a fun job? It's new, the novelty. One of these is definitely at the studio. Let's see. Someone is looking towards Wisdom Aspiring. Some of these are like sleep. They've got sleep in the theme. Actually, wait, hold on. Okay, so that just allows me to read it again. Yeah, I was about to say. Is this one that I would like really want to solve before going to the final area, or is this something I should just do for fun later? Fun? Okay. I'll worry about this later. Add it to the collection of things I hide in the journal until later. Thank you. I will come back and do it for fun, yes. I do enjoy little challenges here and there. That was gathering, and this was these two are, so these two are new. Yeah, like the letter is in Old Speak, and it would take me, I would think probably half an hour to translate and check everything and track it down, and I would be wondering the entire time like, am I going fast enough for the stream? Crap, crap, crap. So, better to just not right now. Pudding. My quest for gastronomic pleasure has been thwarted, and by what? Something silly called Gil. God, I bet there's gonna be like a copious amount of Loperit merch. I'm curious how much of it we'll be putting away. I think they should release a PDF of a bonus page for the cookbook. Putting ways pudding. I love that after all of this, the naming way minion that came with the first lore book is fully canon. Alright, I'm going the wrong way again. We do not meet a naming way in this story, if I remember right. But the, like the text on the item that you get and his minion log entry and stuff, like it acts as a foreshadow, even if they could have just not done it. Like, I don't know if they knew at the time they were definitely going to do it this way, but... Yeah, Xenos has avoided everything that I would have been terribly nervous about for him. So far, all that's left for him to do is answer the one question: why couldn't anyone else have done this? Why was it better to undo your perfect death and do this yourself? And I'm hoping that comes with an answer to the question, what the hell did Emmett Selk do? Like, Fandaniel was the one who was like, perhaps Emmett Selk found a way. So as long as that brick lands and hits something, I'm good. It was just my number one, like, I loved his death in Stormblood. I loved his death. Just a cold-hearted bastard everyone could get behind hating, and in the end you don't even get to kill him. Like, he won. So as long as we answer that question, why was it better for you to not die there, I'm good. Because for a while, like, we could have introduced a new character to be a wild card, if that's all we needed. But, if the answer ties into what did Emmett Selk do, then you get multiple layers, you get out of it efficiently, and you answer the question, why did it have to be him? Which is good enough for me, I'll take it. I I hate how many of our quests involve stealing books from the library. We should have to check them out. I would gladly help Pudding Way get a library card. Night, Darth. Thanks for hanging out. Oh. We are delivering food. Can do. Oh no. Well, that was heartbreaking. They did really good setting that up like a normal side quest, and then the feels just hit you. Sucker punched by a side quest. Oh. The Warrior of Light is such a notorious do-gooder that when Papalimo's dad couldn't figure out how to meet us, they suckered us in with a side quest, knowing we'd do it. Deliver a sandwich. They knew the Warrior of Light would happily deliver a sandwich if someone asked. To me, like, in spite of all the very emotional things we've had in this game, I think that's one of the most feels I've felt, just that, like, coming out of nowhere and, like, them connecting it to the Warrior of Light doing odd favors. It's very, very sweet. For this old jaded player, that hits the hardest. I think I'm ready to go. Yeah, and you have it right next to the pudding quest too, so you think it's gonna be like easy and lighthearted, and then I'm right in the emotional gut. Where am I going? Oh, we didn't even need to run down here. We're gonna take another quick stretch before we head in, like 1 minute, 2 minutes. Be right back. Okay. Kind of reflecting a bit on that, like, I'm surprised how little there has been in this. It's been hard for me to accept, like, right away. Like, usually there's a couple things that are just so bold, I'm like, I don't know if I like this. And it takes me a while to come around to it, and Shadowbringers had a good number of them, so this one's really been, like, dodging my concerns pretty well. I think the Loprits would have been the big one, but they earn their keep very, very quickly. You gotta love the Loprits. It's Crystal Mom's fault for deliberately making them so lovable. How much of this gear am I carrying? Hold on. Hands, ring, necklace, earring. It's like the whole set, maybe. No. Here we go. Chest. Legs. Feet. Bracelet. And then I'm pretty sure I'm already wearing the weapon. 39. I got the 45. 39, 39. This is the best. Yeah. So I'm missing the head and the... Yeah, I can come back and swap gear around when I get the other pieces, I guess. It's old, right? Alright. Worry about it later. If I get one more ring and one more headpiece from side quests or something, I'll know. God, it's time. Oh, there's the headpiece. I really didn't get a ring? Hmm. Well. What other games have the best lore? Ooh, tough call. I spend a lot of time in horror, so it's hard not to say something like Fatal Frame or Silent Hill. Even though Silent Hills really went off the rails, Silent Hill was never a game that was good at keeping its lore together from installment to installment. Fatal Frame's world setting is just amazing in terms of horror. I love the world setting. I think Dragon Age actually did a really good job in terms of building a world and keeping it together mostly. Dragon Age actually has some really good world companion books too. In terms of like the total package in the past few years, I think Horizon Zero Dawn is probably the one that scored the highest for me. Like it sucker punched me out of nowhere. Horizon was just like, holy shit. Dragon Age is a really mixed bag mechanically. They're very different games from game to game in a way, and they're long, and you have a lot of wooden conversations with NPCs. But other than that, like, the world setting is really immersive, the quests are fun, the gear's cool. Dragon Age has a solid Dungeon Master's homebrew feel to it. That's a good way to put it, yeah. Horizon Zero Dawn just hit me at the right time. Something about it, the way it's built, the art, the story, the music, it was really good. Nier, I've got so many nice things to say about. Like, I've got nice things to say about the whole Jake Nier universe, but I don't know if it's always in the lore standpoint. They've got really cool scenarios individually from game to game, and I really love the scenarios of all the Dragoneer games. But the lore between them is just kind of like batshit crazy conspiracy string that Yoko Taro has kind of woven from installment to installment, where it looks like he's given you answers and it looks like things connect, but the deeper you go, the more you realize that, like, it's not. It's just crazy. It's chaos. It's nonsense. And I think he did that on purpose. I don't think he thinks too hard about it. I don't think he thinks too deeply about it. But Nier is the series where it looks like things are connected and it looks like things matter. But the deeper you get into the red-eyed virus and the Watchers and the gods, you're like, wait a minute. You eventually hit this level where the answers circle back in on themselves in a you'll never know kind of way. And it's very, very cleverly done because it looks like the world is very, like, bridged and immersive. But I think he just played a really clever trick on us and connected individual stories together with bullshit conspiracy string in a very satisfying way. I would actually have fun going through Fatal Frame live eventually, Lubby, for this one reason, is I thought very similarly, because I didn't realize that every game is actually the same goddamn story. The cursed phenomena are all the same phenomenon. It's just the cultures are understanding them in different ways. And the more you play the individual games and the more you learn about, like, Shinto and Buddhism and the worldview that they have, the more you realize, like, wait a minute, they're all just interpreting the same thing in different ways. And the stories all kind of fold together really well. And I think understanding Shinto more through Fatal Frame has helped me understand Gridania a lot better too. Because, like, Gridania just came off as really pissy and xenophobic to me, but if you understand kind of the Shinto worldview, you're like, oh, okay, that makes a little more sense. They don't mean sin in that kind of way. They don't mean polluted in that kind of way. Oh yeah, no, the ritual, like, if you look at the individual scenarios, yeah, the rituals just get more and more convoluted. And there, have you seen the story for Fatal Frame 5? Like, it just goes entirely sideways. Like, they throw one of the main characters under the bus in a really fascinating way. I think I dropped one of the receivers here, hold on. I've never played I only played Kingdom Hearts 1 back in the day, and I never got into it, but it struck me as one of those series that's trying to evoke Evangelion syndrome, where it just gets so complex that you just assume they know what they're talking about, when it's really a case of convoluted doesn't necessarily mean good. But I've never been able to get a good read on it, and it looks like their fan base is kind of toxic. I would like to be proven wrong. I'd like to get into Kingdom Hearts again and, like, enjoy it and have it be fun and find out the community is really nice. But a lot of the discourse on Twitter sure looks mean as hell. They just look so mean to each other. That's one thing that took me way too long to understand. Convoluted doesn't necessarily mean good. Because for a long time, developers had this idea you just kind of throw everything together and count on people assuming that you know what you're talking about, even if you don't. Oh, wait, no. This was... Shit. Cancel. Discard. Yes. Oh, Nier doesn't feel so out of place now, does it? I made it so you could chat, Arrow. You're sending a lot of emoji, and I don't know if that's like... I like sending emoji, or I have so much to say, and these emoji are the best I can do. You may need to refresh, though. Shout out for Star Ocean Love in chat. Hell yeah. Star Ocean and I have a very strange relationship because the games are crazy and very JRPG. Like, if you had to ask me the archetypal JRPG, I would say Star Ocean. But there's something about them. They're so charming. There's so much TLC put into Star Ocean games. Every little thing. It just feels like a team who really cared about the game they were making made every Star Ocean game. And for some reason that just like makes them land with me really well. It is the most JRPG ever though. Heading out, Lubby? This is a big room. I wonder how many NPCs are in here. What do you guys say? I wonder who designed the ship. It's actually a pretty decent looking spaceship. The Star Ocean on PS2 was my first one, and I think I played it at just the right age. Like, it tickled that teenage fantasy JRPG fulfillment. I was way too fond of Albel Nox. Yeah! Every teen is entitled to a cringy phase. And man, did I make the most of my allowance. No, I'm not going to talk to everybody again just because I did one lap of the room. This isn't a horror game. Nothing changed because I wandered around. Oh, the name of that quest, right in the heartstrings. Oh, and now we're gonna do a lap of the room. That's exactly how I describe most of those characters who are popular in that group. Like, now that I'm older, I can see there's a certain subtype of characters in video games and anime who are designed solely to be what a 12-year-old imagines a 16 to 18-year-old is like. Like, just completely unrealistic, but... And even the TV shows cater to it. Like, TV shows cater to, like, 18 to 20-year-olds behaving like teenagers imagine they behave. And now I realize too late, that's what they mean when they tell you not to misunderstand the difference between fantasy and reality. Like, when I was told that as a 13-year-old, I'm like, yes, I know the difference between fantasy and reality. I'm not out there, like, reenacting Grand Theft Auto. But it turns out, like, most of the relationship dynamics and interactions that people have as adults on television in shows aimed at teenagers are completely unrealistic. Really sets you up to have like a weird expectation of what the real world is like. But I definitely fell for some of those what a 12-year-old imagines a 16-year-old is like characters. Every day I thank the gods I was older than that by the time Sword Art Online came out. Whew, dodged a bullet. Cool, cool. Another throwback to the Soul Blender. Cool, cool. Not forgetting we ever had that lore. Cool. Uh-oh. That was like a 1-2 foreshadow. That was like a hey, did you remember that it used to be called the Underworld? Who called it that? Why? Why do you think they called it that, Moose? And then there was a for love or hatred. Why not love and hatred? Why not another like montage like we just had outside? So I'm going to gear up for feels. And this looks like a dungeon warning, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put all this gear on real quick. Oh, I'm gonna reset my glam, don't you worry. I will have to run back down here. It's okay. Where did that other ring go? I'm missing a ring. What does it look like? Did I not get another star quartz? Star quartz ring of healing. Search. One in my inventory. Where the hell is the other ring? Did I miss a quest? Like, it's never missed giving me a ring before. This is uncomfortable. Oh, I missed the mute on that one. Damn it. Sorry for the coughs. I'm disgusted. My immersion. What's that? Oh, I was about to say, does this come with like a teardrop tattoo? This is so... Hold on. No quests out here. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. I think I figured out what happened. One of you bastards has my ring, don't you? So good news, gang, we get to reset our glamour. Bad news, gang, side quests. Salted cod, can't go anywhere without my salted cod. At least we can fly now. Oh, dude, he doesn't hit the wall. Nice. I was expecting him to, like bird into a window there. Obtain a core from an alien. Okay. Just beat it up. Can do. I think after the letdown that the last season of Game of Thrones ended up being, there's like a contractual obligation for Elden Ring to be good so it doesn't tarnish George R.R. Martin's name too bad. I'm very, very interested, like, knowing why the last seasons of Game of Thrones felt as wonky as they did. I'm very interested to read them in book form, even if the overall plot points don't change very much. Pancakes. Yeah, and Martin's got 2 books to put out. At least Rothfuss only has 1. I'm willing to wait. I think, I'm pretty sure the Name of the Wind starts with a reference to his father saying, like, it's better to do it the way you want to, no matter how long it takes. So I think it's funny that people are in such a rush for book 3. Though I definitely don't envy the position that he's in. Like, you go into the process thinking you've got most of it written and therefore it shouldn't be too hard to get it out. And then the edits from book 1 require edits to book 2, and then book 3 is not even like what it should be anymore. That sucks. So I'm rooting for him. As far as I understand, yeah, that's what happened. He had the outlines of all 3 books done, and then in order to get book 1 published, it went through a series of edits and polish, and therefore that offset a lot of the content in book 2, so that required a lot of edits and polish, and now we're looking at a completed book 3 that isn't even close to what it should be anymore because it's gone like off track. What legend says? I don't have any. Obviously, I'm not him. I can't speak to it, but that's what legend says. And legend says that George R.R. Martin is in the other end of the spectrum where he kind of flies by the seat of his pants in his writing, so he has a general outline, but characters do what he thinks they would do in like situation to situation. So in the books that he's written so far, his characters have kind of wandered away from where he thought they would be. And he doesn't know quite how to reel in their leash and have it still feel natural. And that's what caused, in my suspicion, the last seasons of the show to go sideways, is when they ran out of his books. They ran out of the ability to make decisions feel like they had weight, and everyone started acting like however they needed to act for the plot to get where it needed to be, which felt super unnatural. Like rushed and unnatural and forced and unrealistic. And I think that's where it all went wrong. Legend has it. I'm not them, I can't say. Wait, where are we going? Heimdall-class surveillance satellite. The frickin' answer I was looking for on the moon the entire time was in a textbook in a side quest. Yeah, the thing on the moon, the Alagon thing on the moon that crashed the same time as Dalamud, that appears to have been a Heimdall-class surveillance satellite. Yeah, just side quest things. Man, what's this last one gonna be? Messiah Thousand Eyes? Hey, wait a minute. None of you had my ring. Where the fuck is my ring? Did y'all get a second ring? You're asking like we remember. No quests here, no quests here. Shenanigans, what is this? Hold on. Nobody here. Oh, you're done. What is the chest called? Good question. Like the coffer? Like, I know the coffer's not in my inventory because there's no red buttons. There's some blue ones in here, but they don't appear to be the gear we're looking for. None of you appear to have it either. This is... Alright, we'll go without our one ring. It does though. It says I'm missing one. Second ring quest is in Old Charleon. Is it the... Wait, is it the one with the gift box? Is it one of the ones I turned off? Was it... It's not secret in the box, is it? Yeah, it wouldn't be like a surprise icon. Let's see here. It's secret in the box? Well, I guess we're going without it. What should we do? Should we cheat on secret in the box? Or should I force myself to do it the right way later? What's more important? Do it later? Okay. Yeah, I'll do it the right way later. Even though it makes me bitter. Back to Labyrinthos. I'm gonna make my trusts do all the work while I'm looking at the scenery anyway. Can you tell I'm like mildly salty about not being able to collect a whole set after I have one piece? Oh, that always gets me. It breaks my crayons. Boils my carrots. Oh, I get to choose from the whole team. Well, I'm healer, so I can't bring either you, and
My
you're my only tank.
Victory will be ours.
I can't bring you, can't bring you. So, Alize or Graha.
I stand ever ready.
Told you I'd take you on one adventure, dude. Especially since I plan on shoving you back in the tower to solve our time problem. Oh, everyone says Estonian. Oops. Charleon would have a classical elevator ding here. Do you remember in an earlier video where I was referencing how Y'shtola always tells you what theories to rule in and rule out and what questions to ask?
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, Y'shtola spent a while earlier like, why would they let Matoya have the anti-tower if they needed to commune with Hydaelyn? This is why they've really upgraded their technology since then. Holy sweet mother of crap. That's cool. I like how I'm like that's gonna help me see over it.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
My turn!
Gloves are off.
I love that all of the people who were theorizing this like really deep connection between Vana and Charleon were like kinda right in a way, but it ended up having absolutely nothing to do with architecture or spirals or Nooncrep or the hazards of speculation. Oh. Warrior of Light, Breaker of Boundaries. My one weakness. Velvet rope. I was really rooting for Rook too. She never would have let me live that one down. We'll find a way. We'll find a way to say it was right. Somewhere in here, the Nautilus was the key. But with the, I think as far back as I think it was the first lore book, they were talking about, Like, the way it was phrased was very vague, but one of the ways you could read it was that Charleon had successfully made contact with the Mother Crystal. So I'm glad they chose to connect it to that point in history, rather than like this grand founded the nation kind of thing. I feel like I've had my fill of that once it was revealed Garlemald was Arden the Ascian's clockwork toy chest. That one was hard. That one was hard for me. It took a lot for me to just accept that. Because the Ascians had been kind of portrayed for a while as these things that whisper in the ears of man, and they take our worst impulses and where society was going to go anyway, and they just kind of nudge it from the shadows to become so much worse than it was going to be. And then it was revealed, nope, he just kind of masterminded the whole thing. He did it all. It was really hard for me to swallow. I got there because it was such a good story, and Emmett was so cool, but... I have no idea why the Nautilus is in Anador. I mean, I just assumed it was a piece of abstract art.
I will not hold back.
Yeah, if I get to the end of the game and there's no validation to the Nautilus, we will think up some crazy headcanon that makes everything fit, involving forgotten memories. Ilberd, what the fuck? Well, at least we have an answer for that. I'm gonna bring in some pretzels. That was good. If you're doing your side quest, that reminder of Papalimo, like 1, 2, 3 comes up, they mention him, you meet his dad, then you come in here and you're ready for it a little bit. Hey, it's Rocco. I was sad he missed our PowerPoint earlier on the problems I have to solve. Oh yeah, and I got the good music too. Yeah. Love this riff.
I will not hold back.
My turn! mine!
Ooh, really cool design. She's got her her wrist guns on all those things. Oh, jeez. That looks dangerous. Oop.
Allow me.
Odie et amo.
I will not hold back.
There.
I will not hold back. I will not hold back. Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you. The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Agreed, this does look like the chains of fate. Blue Promethean. Like my double cat mage team going on here in the back.
You're mine!
Oh, if the rule is purple for angry stuff and gold for friendly stuff, I may have a friend down here? Who are you? Oh no! Lone Breeder's ass. Oh. I love that Moonbreeda's axe is so iconic despite just being the dual Haken. Because when she came into the story, it was like, I think it was like 2.4 when she first showed up, I think. And that was right after the extreme primals were big, and doing all 3 extreme primals let you buy the set of weapons that the dual Haken is part of. And when you meet Moonbreeda, she's just like, oh yeah, I got this for free. Some lady in Mordona was handing them out for free for the good of the realm. And if you were like playing that content in the day, it was immediately obvious to you that Moonbreeda was giving away her overstock from the primal fights that you just went out of vogue.
My turn!
Yeah, I think the team paid a lot of attention to how annoyed we were that Moonbreeda was so cool and didn't get a lot of presence. So they're kind of retroactively putting her into the story in places she fits well. I still choose to see it as the Warrior of Light experiencing other people's stories, even though they're not a part of them always. Yo, Ratatin! I hope they do soup his fight up. Yeah. Make Cape Westwind hard again. Ratatin was such a cool character. Aha. I don't know if there's a specific reason yet, but I'll let you know. I really loved everything about Ratatin's arc in the story, though. Because even when he died, Gaius's first impulse was, did they not fight for him because he's not a pureblood? And if he finds out that's true, he's gonna, like, kick ass. So even at the time, Gaius knew that it was hard keeping a leash on his own people. Like, he was leading by example, and not everyone was following even then. Maybe I should not be standing so far from everyone. That's a bad idea. If there's no deeper pattern to what's going on, I would guess that they put Ratatin and Livia here because we see them every day in our roulettes, and they're very familiar as our first bad guys, so it's like the beginning and the end.
hold back.
Oh. You gotta make me feel bad about it, bro. Man, that's cool. That is a good look. Ah, yeah. This, I like this. Wait, who was that? Oh no. If we're making paths, that Minfilia. Oh, hello again, Pimpy. And cool.
You're mine!
My understanding of it right now, Ramos, and this could be wrong, is that every planet has its own life stream, in that if you were born in the first, you'll die in the first and be reborn in the first over and over and over again, but that there's only one Heidelin that they plug into. And it looks like there's kind of a subdimensionality to it, since Heidelin split her power just like Zodiark's, it looks like. But I'm not entirely confident in that answer. It's just my impression as it is today. Minfilia creating paths. Oh, that hits home. Minfilia did die on the first, but there's a line that they brought her spirit back to this dimension. And Heidelin did. Which is like interesting foresight that they thought to mention that actually.
There!
You're mine!
I love that as far as I know, they never tried to explain Nybeth beyond just an in-character dev team going, fuck yeah, Tactics Ogre, we love Tactics Ogre.
So bold, so headstrong, stubborn to the last. But this is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons! Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far!
Oh, he's accepting himself as Van Daniel now.
You will persist in this folly no longer!
I will not hold back!
The stage is set!
There.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
If I may?
My, what a boorish audience you are!
There.
The way it was described in the beginning, the way this was described in the beginning, I'm not sure if any of these things are consciously coming to us, or if it's just like the lingering memories of them are drawn to us like a beacon and doing what they would do automatically.
You're mine!
Like damn it, right now it feels like we're just a magnet for lingering thoughts and feelings, regardless of deliberate volition behind them.
You're mine!
There!
This is going to leave a mark!
Did I just see the item I thought I did?
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Good news, everyone! Guess what item we got from the dungeon? We got our ring. And an orchestrion roll.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good.
With the echo.
Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all. How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmett Suck. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, Shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Selk adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly! But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this
The answer I was hoping for.
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandango. Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls, as do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos.
That's what he's mad about. Awesome.
I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Make a Zem proud, I guess. Okay.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. That doesn't feel like a... That feels like it a non-zero chance of seeing that asshole again someday.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Sweet. A mono style.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Oh, dip, I can do this with trusts? That's cool. Totally gonna do it. So many thoughts! So many thoughts, where to even start? I'm still super impressed that they were able to almost virtually avoid talking about Zodiark at all through all of Fandaniel's arc by just kind of invoking his attachment to Amon. Like, I feel like we should have gotten like one little thing in there linking them. Like, how did we fully break that tempering thing? But in my mind, I'm just going to assume it was his attachment to Amon that enabled him to do it, like similar to Gaia. Good speech. Good speech from Amon at the end. They're like, Asahi, like, was that really just like a quick cameo, or that felt a little weird. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna assume for now that that it was his attachment to Amon and Xande that prevented us from having to deal with the tempering question at all, which I think was very cool because Amon had an awkward part in this story anyway, and that sounded like we haven't seen the last of Asahi for some unexplainable reason. Like, I don't know what we could ever use him for or hope to see him for again, or what the hell. Like, there's no reason to do it. And yet he was, like, there's just the 30 seconds we got. It would be nice if it was just like a quick closure thing, yeah. It felt weird. This... where we're at now, I'm very curious about, and I'll know in 10 minutes, but I mean, assuming I don't suck at this, but it feels almost like we're bringing the parallels between Hydaelyn, Zodiark, Minfilia, Elidibus together, and I'm curious if baiting us into this is how we make it burn brightest before she has to sacrifice herself to send us off, like Elidibus sacrificed himself to send us off the first time. Because then everything gets this like really nice balance and symmetry to it. And even the Elidibus thing, like going to see him again, the languages in the journal as to what happened to Elidibus were inconsistent. Some of them were like, yeah, you scattered his essence to oblivion, you'll never hear from him again. And some of them were like, hey, you just sealed him in the tower. And I haven't been sure which to tell people is true when they ask, so I'm like, I can't tell you. I'm just going to tell you both. The fact that we had to reassemble his essence as it was floating away with an Alagon computer so that he could talk, even that got us out of an awkward space. So it's like they're really doing an excellent job dodging a lot of the concerns that I would have had with the theories that came together. Okay. I think that was everything. Everything? I think that's good. Let's see.
I stand ever pleasure as always.
Right then.
Together we shall overcome this.
Oh, it's because I'm the other healers. Okay. So we end up with 2 characters that can be anything they want. So I'll do those last just to see where everybody else ends up.
Right there.
Let's give it our all.
Together we shall overcome this.
I stand ever ready.
I can't force the Oriange to tank.
Together we shall overcome this.
I tried. Uri tank would have been funny. Look at the bright side, Twitter. You still get to claim you were right. We had to fight Mom.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth. Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Hold still.
This will hurt.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
There! I will not hold back.
Where near or far.
Tis a most fearsome familiar.
And now this. Light unyielding.
Oh, I've already got 2 stacks of Vuln. I'm doing all sorts of shit wrong.
By blade.
Gloves are off.
You're mine!
Light unyielding.
Glad my trusts don't get Vuln stacks.
There.
By blade. Crystals of light, to me. Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise.
Allow me.
Think. And find your way in the darkness.
underestimate me!
Allow me.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
We're good.
Then you are resolved.
All or nothing!
But this test is far from over.
By Crystal's light.
You're mine!
Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
My turn! You cannot stop us! 'Tis a most fearsome familiar!
Where near or far.
That was close. That was very close. That was too close.
Hold still. My turn! You're mine!
Where high or low.
Something special for you.
By blade.
Enough!
I have you now.
Succumb not to fear.
You cannot stop us! This will hurt.
The flood. Cool.
My turn! You're mine!
Light unyielding.
You underestimate me!
This will hurt.
We're near or far.
Ow. No, 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 no! So close.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Oh wow, does it send you all the way back? Like all the way back?
Hold still.
Well struck.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Note to self. All of the excogitation on the moose.
You cannot stop near us. Or far.
I have you now.
And now this.
You underestimate me.
Light unyielding.
That's what I keep messing up. That means get out the way.
I have you now.
By blade.
My turn!
Hold still. Light unyielding.
You're mine!
Gloves are off.
By blade. You cannot stop us.
You underestimate me!
Crystals of light. To me.
Here.
Hold still.
The song of creation's end. Feel.
Gloves are off.
The sorrow at hope's demise.
I have you now.
Think. And find your way in the darkness.
You underestimate me.
my children and never look back. Then you are resolved.
Something special for you.
Away with you!
But this test is far from over. By Crystal's light.
Allow me.
I will not hold back.
Light unyielding.
Try and stop
Refulgence eternal.
You cannot stop us! 'Tis a most fearsome familiar!
You underestimate me.
Where near or far.
I will not hold back.
You're mine! You cannot stop us!
This will hurt.
Where high or low.
I have you now.
By blade.
You underestimate me.
Away with you!
You cannot stop
I
us!
have you now.
Succumb not to fear.
You're mine! 'Tis a most fearsome familiar!
Allow me.
You're mine!
Where near or far.
Allow me.
I will not hold back.
Light unyielding.
You underestimate me.
Allow me. By blade!
You underestimate me! You underestimate me!
Okay, so yeah, aside from there being too many particle effects to notice which Dawn Mantle was which the first time around, that wasn't too bad.
At last, man has the strength to.
No, nothing from Alize and Ariange. Oh, there we go. There we go. Awesome. Amano style for the final boss is always a good choice, especially when it comes to gods. Oh, Dalamud answers.
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
Tough choice. I think number 2 would be usually what I'd go with, story-wise. Because it recognizes kind of who she is and assures her that we'll remember her for who she was and that this wasn't all for anything. But I'm also playing this as me after this long of a journey, and I've only known the name Vana for a short time. So I feel like after being like, Team Crystal Mom loves you, Team Heidelin for so long, in a way I gotta say it. I gotta say it. And I feel like everybody picked 2 here, so you gotta tell me which one's better. I gotta say it. Everyone's saying Vana. Oh my god. It may be, like, Vana may be the one I choose canon-wise in the end, but today... Wait, how do you know it's better? How do you know it's better? Did you look at both already? Did you go back and do it? Did you already go back and see both and you say 2's better? We can make it canon on the replay. We can make it canon on the replay. Nope, most memes win today.
It is I who should thank thee for all thou hast done and may yet accomplish. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
A fitting end. I didn't expect her to make it out of this one alive. But if there's one time I'm ever glad to not have been wrong, I'm glad I kept the faith, the start to finish. Oh, but they're gonna make me tell Living Way. Am I close to ending the stream? That is a good question. My goal was to be able to do Labyrinthos in the final zone Saturday and Sunday. So I'm gonna need you guys to tell me is where I am now as we head into the final zone, like where's a safe place to cut it that I could do all of the rest tomorrow? I do feel like we're pretty close to cutting it. Though I would say the one thing that feels pretty good after all the craziness that we went through and not being able to hark back to a lot of the stuff that we went through in the earlier expansions and just having everything kind of go 11th hour crazy on us is that once all of that consolidated, the path forward has felt a lot more natural. And I don't feel like there have been any like bad surprises since then. It's all kind of come together how I would think since then. I think the turning point was seeing the truth of Hermes and how he and Medion became what they were. And now we're coming back to kind of stuff that feels more comfortable. Oof. Yeah, what I think you guys should do is warn me when the next section would see me going to the other place, or at least starting down the road of going to the other place, so that we can do all of that with a fresh stream. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Am I safe to retire to my chamber? All right, we'll do that one more quest and we'll call it for today.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end. What? What'd you talk about, Hitlo? Weird dream. I bet it's nothing. I'll be heading to bed soon myself. It was good hanging out with y'all. Later, La Cha-Cha. Wait a minute. You're wrong turn to Albuquerque. I'm trying to train myself to use the Aethernet more because I never did. A combination of this being my first solid state drive running 14. So it was just, once you combined the time it took me to look at my map and determined where I was going and the name of where I needed to go and then load and unload, it was always more than the time it would have just taken to run. And now we have this handy little map, and I got a solid state drive, so it's like I'm trying to use it because it actually does save time. I do think that some of that cutscene with Hydaelyn has damned us to conclude that this is always the way it happened. that the change was an illusion. But again, I'd still love to hear Oda and Ishikawa explain the timeline, like lay it out for me with a chart. Oh, Urianger's having dream visitors too. Yeah, all the flows coming together into a confluence of time is like a very strange thing, but it vibes with what she was saying back in Elpis too, so I feel like I have to really look into that deeper. Really, I think part of it is going to rely on, like, one of the first things I do when I go researching is I read everything in every language. So that's going to be the first thing I do, is read the main scenario in all 4 languages and see if anything becomes much more clear. Though English is usually the one where it's weird because it's the most vague in terms of things that are answering, but the most or things that are answers, but most informative in terms of things you could infer. Like, it adds extra details sometimes. Imagine at a Q&A panel, someone says, "Here's a question from Moose," and Oda's like, "Yeah, no, cut that out." It's definitely a question I would give them in advance. Like one of the email Q&As where you send them everything and they send everything back later. I wouldn't put them on the spot to ask a question like this. This is like not even a question I'd ask for fun. It's literally just like from the perspective of a player. How do you guys see the time shenanigans? Like, what sense does it make in your head? How would you lay it out on a chart if you could? And if it takes them a week to put that answer together, give them a week. I'm just curious to see what they'd say, because I'd love some help interpreting it. The position is never like, "Oh, I know better and this is wrong." It's just like, how do I put these pieces together? Here's what I see. What don't I see? Ultima. Hyper Hopper. Imagine telling yourself that back in 1.0, 2.0. In order to make it to the final boss, you just have to hook the Hyper Hopper into the Ethereal Burner. Cross the reaches of space. Washino just said 11th hour after we've been saying it all day. Cute. I love it. I love it. We're all vibing. We're all on the same frequency here today. I love that they called the place Ultima. Hyper Hopper. I love it. This twist at the end, even more so than a Zem blazing the third path that kind of honors the legacy of the ancients and pulls everything together, which I love. But even better than all of that, I love the idea that they set up a way for all of mankind to evacuate somewhere else. And at the last second, everybody decides, no, fuck that. Use it to fly out and beat that thing's ass. We've been able to give our threat a face. Let's punch it. The whole world has decided to have faith that we can punch this thing in the face. Fortuno helps sway the vote. All this talk of like the Song of Oblivion. They should just pull a Yoko Taro. The whole last area is just a rhythm game. No side quests. Excellent. While we were doing this last quest and winding down, what I decided to do was pull up the old forums and search for what the first time I used hashtag Team Heidelin was, because I know I've been believing in her for a while, but I never used the hashtag until like more recently. Taru's boutique. My career-defining masterpiece. The earliest I can find... Oh, cannot be skipped. Okay, cool. Looks like the earliest I can find for using hashtag Team Heidelin is as a defense in a thread called On the Motive of the Ascians. I'll see if I can find an older one. Hello. How you doing, completely inconspicuous child? With regard to the discussion going on in chat, I think I always saw Zodiac as like harnessing the power of, like, because you have laws of nature that you need to change, and that's going to take a lot of force, a lot of energy. that introducing something that has a lot of activity and chaos allows you to rewrite things that should be unwritable because you have the energy and instability for that to happen. I was actually surprised to hear Vana make a reference to it where we just were, because that's how I got that idea from like reading about stories of Greek cosmogenesis and kind of how they see the origin of the universe. And that's very similar to how they see it and how it informed my understanding of what's going on, is that you have like the kind of swirling black chaos, and light slows it down and gives it just enough stability to create the elements, to have order, so that you're like literally generating order in what is otherwise chaos and slowing it down enough to use it in parts, but not enough that nothing ever changes. And I was actually surprised to hear her explain it in a way that was so close to that. But again, Greece. Knew it, kid. Got it coming.
Chocobo mumble mumble. I spent this whole time leading up to thinking this was going to be glamour. This is going to be AF, isn't it? Neat. Neat. Oh, is it kind of purple? God, everything's coming up Moose House. Oh my goodness, it's all purple. Man, this ending really was tailored for me. I don't even need to unlock the ability to diet. We're good. We are good. What I do need to do is, do the Varus fight so I can dye the other hat. That's what I need to do. Because my usual hat... Like, usually I would wear this so at least his face looks right? But, I don't have that in purple. So... Moose and his poor bad eyesight. So is this the stopping point? Is this what we're calling it? Like, is this... Or is there, like, more fluff before I head off? Stop here? Alright. It has been a long day. Whether you chose to spend half an hour or all 8 hours with me, I thank you so much for the company. This has been the conclusion of an 11-year journey I've been playing since the very, very beginning. I've never taken very long off. That hasn't been for snippets of school here and there, and even then I tried to keep up with the main scenario. So this is a lot, intellectually, emotionally, philosophically. And to have company along with the journey as I record it has been an unexpected pleasure. An unexpected honor that you would choose to spend that time with me. So thank you very, very much. And we will be back tomorrow to hopefully do the last one. Hopefully, I can earn the right to shave this beard finally. So I look forward to spending that hopefully last day with whoever wants to come and spend that with me. We'll be doing, as usual, the VODs for YouTube. So if you miss it, it'll be there. But thank you once again for choosing to spend that time with me. It means a lot. I didn't expect to have company. Crystal Mom loves you. Never doubted. Never doubted. I will see you then.